We're back. We're so back. We're both Mini and Metro. What happens if I resume? So... Oh right, this was nothing. Anyway, my audio on the last one was bad. We're back to the presumably good audio, as I have plugged in a microphone. Life hack. Anyway, oh, I could turn on night mode. That would be interesting. I went out to breakfast and I thought, oh, the sun. Oh, you drag. I went out to breakfast and the sun hadn't risen, but I said, oh, it looks like it's about to rise. And then I got back to my home and it wasn't even up. So, like, oh well. It's interesting the example image that they give you. It's like, oh, is that what it's supposed to be? How do you unlock? Ah, okay. Okay. Ooh. Weird. So I might play all of these. There are like a billion of them. So that's not great. Maybe it will be great. But yeah, I basically think I kind of had my fill of this from what it was going to show me. Oh, no more than one tunnel. This Let's see if I can do it. Shouldn't be that hard. Immediately it wants me to use a tunnel. Okay. That's your one tunnel. That's all you get. Oh, that's very good. I love that. You know, it's like it would be pretty annoying otherwise. Yeah, okay. God damn it. Okay, how do I undo this? Good. I think I just have to wait. Yeah. We're back in the green. Yeah. I mean, theoretically, I could just... Like, it's probably one tunnel at a time. I definitely cannot use more tunnels, so... But there's no circle down here. And they don't know... They don't even know that I will eventually get them to the circle. Oh, okay. So actually that does work. Using the simple power of ghost tracks, which don't violate the achievement. That's funny. Obviously, you know, the optimal way to play manually managing the railroad every time. Having more lions doesn't even help me because I can only use tunnels, and there's only so much. I can only use one tunnel, and the geometry. Like, can I even get more clever about the geometry? I don't think so. I don't think I can go like that. I might start. I might have to start doing actually conventionally good track management soon. Except actually, now that we have this, maybe we could. Like, that's pretty good actually. Can we. Would this. No, that wouldn't work. We're eventually gonna need something else here, but for now this is okay. Okay, now we've solved that, you know, riddle of the Sphinx. guess I do want a new line. On the other hand, a carriage could be pretty useful if I no longer. Oh, hello.
Hey,
How you
I'm
doing?
trying to figure out how to join here. Are you streaming?
I am streaming, but it's just on Twitch. If you want to go
So
to.
it's nothing important.
Correct. Very correct.
Cool. How are you
Yeah.
doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
It's been a mix.
Okay.
A lot of things.
I've also been a mix, but right now in the present, I'm doing quite well. So there's that.
That's always good.
I got that going for me.
Do you have a lot of viewers on Twitch?
I have 0 viewers as far as I know.
Oh, that's cool. That means you're hip and underground.
Yeah. You can
Nobody knows
tell
about you.
I'm the most hip person because nobody pays attention to me. This is the new meta.
I don't know, was it, I think Jim Carrey or something said that everybody wants to be seen, and in the future, we're gonna have these machines that let anyone write a book, and everybody's gonna become an author, and I'm gonna be the only reader.
Wow.
And then everyone's gonna come to me and beg me to read because everybody else is just writing.
No, yeah. I think that's already true. We don't even, I mean, we unrelatedly got a machine that can write books, but
I
the-
predicted the future.
yeah. Yeah, but like already I feel like everybody's, you know, in the attention economy, everybody wants attention. But I don't.
Yes.
That's my secret. I don't really care.
Well, you don't want it or you don't care.
I don't need it. I'm not doing this as I'm not attempting to do this as a job or anything. I'm just
Right.
I'm just streaming because somebody wanted to know my thoughts as I play Factorio, and I'm not even playing Factorio because it's just that easy to continue streaming.
Right. Yeah, you just have to not press the off button.
Yes.
I think Neo told
It's
me
about
that,
the size of it.
I think Neo told me that he said you would like streaming, and then you said, but it's just programming. Why don't I just write code instead?
Oh yeah, that's probably something I would say about Factorio, or something like it.
Do you still feel that way?
Nah. Nah, I think it has things to recommend it. You know, what are those things exactly? It's hard to articulate. But
It is spatial.
I mean, you know, in real life, when you're doing things, you don't get a cool machine, so there's that.
Well, unless you do.
That's true. You could easily make a cool machine. My dad likes to make cool machines of some description or another.
The Civ has made cool machines, or I guess just the software. But I mean, what are they really without the software?
True.
Hasn't Linka also made cool machines?
I don't know. I don't really know what he does.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that quite a bit of it is secret.
He does secret things.
Like, actually,
very cool.
Actually, he told me a while ago that he was applying for a job or something, and they did like a background check because it was that level of serious secrecy.
Mm-hmm.
And then they figured out that he had met up with a couple of Swedes.
Oh.
And they were asking him if, like, we're trying to figure out if he was a Swedish spy.
Uh,
Yeah.
they probably said that thing Jason loves to say, which is that Swedes are vile and we can't have them anywhere near our product.
Okay, I see.
It's not even a national secret. We just don't like them. This is the Jason-based development methodology of the future.
I mean, I think for a while Neo was the only developer working on
Hmm.
Atlas with him,
Nice.
and now there are 0 developers.
Ooh. So they're moving up in the world.
Uh-huh. Well, at least it's not a Swede, so...
Yeah. Yeah. They have that. Thank God.
Well, you asked me a while ago how I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I think the most relevant thing is a couple of months ago I fell in love for the first time.
Oh.
And,
Well, I'm happy to hear it. I hope.
yeah, I think it's pretty cool, but also she was not interested, so...
Well. That can happen. That can certainly happen.
It is still something that affects me emotionally, and it was like, when was that? October, I think?
Hmm.
It
Well.
was,
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, it was a wild ride. I don't know.
The secret is you just have to fall in love again. You know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there's nothing to say that will be easy.
No. I mean, I don't think I've ever fallen in love before this.
Mm.
So, if we're talking like track record,
Mm-hmm.
I've got my next crush scheduled for when I'm 64.
Just like in that song. Very good. Very good.
Which song?
When I'm 64? Is that a song?
Okay,
When I'm
I didn't know that was a song.
64. Yeah, it's by the Beatles. So.
What are they supposed to do when they're 64?
They're basic. I guess they're like. Here's the plot of the song. When I'm 64, he's like in love with a woman, I guess, and then he's like, but will you still love me when I'm 64? You know. Here's my plan for my life. I'm just gonna be a random, old guy doing picturesque stuff. That's his plan.
Right. Okay, so it's not your plan.
I mean, I'll probably also do that. It's kind of the only game in town when you get right down to it.
I suppose. Actually, I was thinking about this. I guess it was mainly spurred on by the fact that I've started losing some hair. I realized it's probably not as bad as I thought it was for a bit. But I came to realize that when you are a young boy, you ought to be cute.
Okay.
When you become a young man, you ought to be handsome. And then when you become an older man, you ought to be refined. And then when you're old, you ought to look funny.
I get you.
And once I realized that, it all became simpler. I'm like, okay, I need to start transitioning now from handsome to refined, and then I'm just going for funny in the end.
You need to be refining yourself, I suppose.
Or I could start on funny like early.
I don't think that's a good move. Why not? I've known many people who seem to have gone for the funniness stat, and I'm like, but you could have been so much more. Could have been so much more if you hadn't handicapped yourself before the race even began.
What sort of going for funny are we talking about here?
Well, I don't know. Like a guy who just kind of looks funny and has decided to embrace that. That's certainly true. That's yeah,
Mm,
yeah,
yeah, but I suppose you were talking about looking funny.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I'll try to hold off on that for a bit.
There are also people who are funny and look funny, and then there are
Mhm.
people who like only look funny when they're trying to be, and people who just look funny in general.
Yeah, isn't it? I'm so bad with actor names. Danny DeVito.
Hmm.
He's a man who's mastered the old funny man, I would say.
That's true. Although I don't think he had that much of a choice. He was like formed directly by the gods to look a certain way. Um,
Yeah.
I guess he could lose a lot of weight, and then he would look significantly different. So,
I'm looking at pictures of him now, and there are pictures of when he is at least sort of middle-aged, and he still looks funny. I think. Okay, here I found a picture of him when he looks serious. This is not flattering.
Yeah, I don't know. I've seen him enough that he just reads as a regular person to me now. Except when he's deliberately, trying to look funny. I've got him on the Google Images. His little hair is splayed out because he's in a comedy role. That one he was going for funny, obviously.
Okay, now when I'm looking at like actually young Danny DeVito, he does do handsome quite well. I have
Ooh.
to say. Yeah.
Young Danny DeVito. Well, I didn't even know such a thing was possible.
Has he ever been young? It seems he has.
Scientists disagree vociferously on this subject.
Yes, yes.
That's very interesting. I'm playing a game that has to do with trains, like subway trains.
We're talking about Factorio or a different game?
No, it's a game called Mini Metro. And
Cool.
yeah. I'm in a challenge mode where you're only allowed to use one tunnel. And I'm not sure if this is a coincidence or if they've like juiced the map or something, but it seems that they're putting a bunch of resources I need on different sides of the tunnel. So like I need to move things to a square, and I need to move things to a triangle, and all of the squares are on one side of the river and all of the triangles are on the other. So
well, you know what you do when you have an annoying river.
Yeah, fill it in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Factorio way of thinking.
You burn it down.
Yeah. But in the Mini Metro,
Fill it with oil and put it on fire.
in the Mini Metro way of thinking, you just have to have to deal with these things as they arise.
Sounds cocked, as Jason might say.
Yeah, he would say that. He would probably say that. Oh man. I should grab a glass of water.
You probably should, yeah. Water's pretty good.
It's one of the top fluids of all time.
For sure. I don't even know if there's one that comes close.
Liquid gold, maybe? I don't know.
Purple drink?
True. True. Yeah.
Man, I guess I'm in a weird state of mind right now. I'm just
Yeah.
scrolling through pictures of Mini Metro,
Mm-hmm.
and as I was scrolling through them at like 2 pictures per second, I stopped to ask myself, wait, what am I even doing?
It's a fine question to ask yourself.
I want attention. I want attention all the time.
Nice.
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't particularly enjoy being in competition with everything else. Except you, I guess.
What's the I don't know. I think people are inherently interesting to other people, so you have a leg up on the competition.
You mean as a person, I have a leg up on the non-persons?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, there's also there's a certain availability heuristic at play, where it's like people want attention in return for their attention.
Mm-hmm.
So if I am physically around and also like a person who you can establish with a relationship with, investing your attention in me is a way to get retention reliably in return.
That's true. It's kind of like an infinite free attention glitch. I pay attention to you. You pay attention to me. Together we lift ourselves to heaven.
The only problem is that it's only generating 1 second of attention per second.
Oh, the Zoomers have you there. They're way ahead of you. They figured out
In which direction?
how to pay attention to multiple things at the same time.
Right, but they're divvying up their attention.
I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, it is. I find there are a few things as frustrating as hanging out with somebody who's not quite paying attention.
Yeah.
Like, it's like they're paying enough attention that you kind of have to think about what you're doing, but they're not paying enough attention that you're actually being paid attention to.
Do you not get to enjoy the boons of being someone paying fractional attention to you? You know, doesn't that count? What's the discount rate on it?
I mean, what I'm thinking of is like, you know, obviously you don't have to be the center of somebody's entire world all the time. You know, it can be nice to just be around, to be part of a group, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're a group, you have a group activity, and like you're just there, and people notice you, and that can be nice. But I'm mostly thinking of the Zoomer brain rot, where you're like talking to a person, and they seem completely incapable of focusing on what you're saying, and they're just losing track every 3 seconds.
I don't think I've experienced that phenomenon. I don't know.
It's not very pleasant.
Like, are they doing something else at the same time, or?
I don't know. Sometimes it's like over voice chat. So actually, there was like I went to an event pretty early this year, I think, and I met this woman there who like she asked me a question as I introduced myself, and I thought it was a pretty interesting question. So it was easy to build a conversation. And then suddenly she asks a question, and as I'm answering, she just turns her head and starts listening to a different conversation between 2 other people, like sitting next to us. And so I tried to answer her question, but she just stops paying attention to me. And like some of the responses she gives me to things I say are, you know, like the yes and rule. It was like the opposite of that.
like she would respond in ways that were just killing the conversation, and she would just randomly look away. And so I thought, okay, she's trying to signal that she's not interested in what I'm saying, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna stop bothering her. I
Mm.
didn't want to just get up and leave because that would look, like I'm, upset at her, which I kind of was. But also, it just seems like a rude thing to do, just without even saying goodbye or anything, just getting up and leaving. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna sit here for a few more minutes, and then I'm gonna leave. And then she starts asking me more questions.
Yeah, what a
And I'm like,
twist.
what? Did you want to hear my answer or not? And she starts asking questions. Okay, I guess I'll answer these questions. And then she looks away and stops listening. What the fuck is this?
I don't know. Maybe it's hubris. She was like, "Yes, I can definitely listen to this guy and this other conversation at the same time."
It was one of the most uncomfortable social interactions I've experienced.
Maybe she was just trying to throw you off your rhythm.
Yeah, maybe she threw me off that table in the sense that I left it.
She was playing to win the conversation.
Yeah. I heard that debate technique. If you're struggling in a debate,
Mm-hmm.
just start lowering your voice.
Ah.
Yeah, because you're mentally taxing them by forcing them to listen carefully to even hear what you're saying.
Mm. Mm. Yeah. I had a teacher who started off during the year by talking really quietly, and so we all had to be quiet to hear what she was saying. And that was a pretty impressive strategy. Except, of course, if you were in a debate, the other guy could just decide you weren't worthy of being listened to and just talk over you, I guess.
Yes, it's pretty contextual if it works or not.
I don't really know how debates work, to be honest.
I think there's when you're talking about good or bad debate strategy,
Mm-hmm.
there's one thing that you have to establish before you can evaluate anything,
Mm-hmm.
which is, are you debating for the onlookers or are you debating with the opponent?
Yeah, true.
Because the strategies are entirely different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Making people look stupid works when you've got onlookers. Does not work very well when you're trying to convince the person you're talking to.
Perhaps.
I don't think I've ever felt, oh my god, I look so stupid. He's totally right.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think.
I've always
I don't think.
assumed that's a factor of my personality. Maybe some people are like, ah, he totally owned me with facts and logic. Guess I need to adopt his viewpoint now.
Nah, I don't believe that for a second.
Uh,
It's people are far too defensive.
yeah.
You know, the ultimate technique is you gotta make them think it was their idea. I'm sure you've heard that before.
No, that was my idea. I came up with it.
Yeah. Cool. That's sick. You're making me think it was your idea?
It's the dark debate technique. Make them think their idea was your idea
Yeah.
to unconvince
Yeah.
them of it.
Yeah, then they have to reject it.
Yeah, then they're like, well, if that guy thought of it, it's probably sucks actually. Now that you point it out.
I guess that's kind of fresh in my mind because I do this normally. This is kind of default for me. Sometimes I forget to do it when when I get heated. But otherwise, making claims, it kind of makes you feel powerful. But true power is asking questions.
Hmm.
That's why the just asking questions guy can never be defeated.
Ah. So that's
So,
why. Ah.
so actually, I had a conversation earlier today with a guy, and I was doing this where I'm just asking questions. And he was like, "You're so interesting to talk to because you keep asking these questions." Where I'm like, I realize that I don't actually believe any of the things I say. It's
Hmm.
like, and I can see where you're going. Like, I know what the next question is gonna be. I can see where you're leading me. I'm like, yeah, that's how this thing works.
You're a modern day Socrates, my friend.
Mm, yes, in the sense that I know that I don't know anything.
Ooh. No, just in the sense that you ask questions.
Yeah. Well, infinite regression is one hell of a strategy.
um. Also, I guess like props to that guy. Very weird type of Chad emotion to that guy who says that he realizes he doesn't believe anything he's saying, which is
Yeah.
it's such an alien thing to realize to me because I'm like why would I be saying it if I didn't believe it?
Well, so we were talking. So he has this thing where he, when he gets bored in a conversation,
Mm-hmm.
he starts saying like crazy things, edgy jokes, or just non sequiturs or whatever
Oh,
to sort of
okay.
test the person he's talking to see if they are going to reject him or stick around because he
Mm-hmm.
wants to know if he can trust them or not.
Oh.
And I know that he does this because he told me that he does this like 25 times.
Ah,
So, so,
curious.
so I started. So when he was going through that story again, and we're kind of friends, so I can push him a little bit. And so it's like, yeah, I know that because you told me like 25 times. Um, and I'm kind of curious why you feel the need to say it over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
And then he talks about like how he likes what it feels like to say that because
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't want to be like normal people, and
Ooh.
observing that in himself make him feel like he's not like normal people. And so I ask him, well, what is a normal person to you? And then he starts saying like, well, there is no normal. And I'm like, well, obviously there are. Like, what's a normal number of arms to have? Like, is it okay to say that it's normal to have 2 arms if you're a human? And that was sort of the line of questioning. So for a while, I tried to
Wow.
say, well, there's a normal when it comes to like physical properties, but when it comes to social aspects, there's no normal.
What about
So like,
the Joker? He's not normal. That's the one thing we can all agree on.
sure, but that's also the weird thing because he's like, I'm not normal. Okay, what is normal? Normal doesn't exist. Okay.
I guess then he couldn't be normal. He's got you there.
It is logically consistent.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's when that was the context for him when he was like starting to realize that he didn't believe what he said.
Hmm.
He's like, yeah, I just don't want to acknowledge that normal exists. But obviously everything I'm saying is bullshit.
This really is like a Socratic dialogue. Like you were discussing the nature of virtue, and then the guy you were discussing with was like, "You've totally owned me, Socrates."
And then everybody claps.
And then Plato claps. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read all that much Socrates. I get the
Me
sense that
neither.
he was the first person who discovered infinite regression and had the balls to be so fucking annoying with it that he went down in history.
You know, that was kind of the impression I had for a while, but then I thought about, like, I read some stuff, and there are a bunch of times in the Platonic dialogues where Socrates is like, but we can't get into that, you know? we can't just infinitely regress. You know, we all know how it is. Anyway, back to my theory.
It's okay when I do it.
No, like he's in the middle of talking about something and then he's like, but that's not really relevant anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, is when you have an opinion, then you can't get into infinite regression because that's bullshit. But when somebody else has an opinion, you just go ham.
You might have something there.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's so much easier to question something than it is to assert something. Like, it's attacking is way easier than defending. I don't know, man. It's endlessly perplexing to me that it's impossible to know things, and yet we kind of sort of do it.
True. Yeah. So I guess it was possible all along. Yay!
But it isn't. It totally isn't. Like, how do you actually know things? It makes no sense to me.
You just kind of use your mind and stuff, I guess. It's probably one of the aspects of it.
Right.
If I had to make a sweeping generalization.
I guess as long as you keep reasoning out of it, it's fine.
Ooh. No reasoning allowed.
Yeah, once you start reasoning, everything just breaks down.
A curious assertion. Oh, I should grab that glass of water now while I'm thinking about it. It's very dry where I am. I'm back, and I have a delicious glass of water.
Bentornato.
Yeah, what?
Lion. Bentornato. I'm welcoming you back in Italian.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'm so cool, man.
It's good to be back. Good to be back.
Have you heard of this guy, Descartes?
Yes.
He reasoned so hard that he forgot how to anything.
I don't remember that fact about Descartes.
Oh no, he reasoned so hard that he stopped believing in everything except his own existence, and that was his claim to fame.
Nice. Well, he also proved the existence of God, obviously. You know.
Well, sort of, a little bit, maybe. But like...
He definitely thought he did.
Yeah.
For a minute there.
But it was basically what's called a desperation move.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, when you put it that way, yeah.
Have you ever heard the phrase, "It's an opinion so stupid you would have to be educated to hold it"?
I've definitely heard sentiments along those lines.
Yeah, I probably misquoted it anyway.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a quote or just
Definitely I've heard somebody say it, so it is a quote.
ah a quote from a
Although, I
random
mean,
person in Sweden.
if a person says a thing and then you quote them, but you get all the words wrong, is it still a quote?
I guess it really depends on what your intent was, you know.
Is it a misquote or an unquote?
Yeah, maybe
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it's intent.
it's a quote unquote something or other. People are always saying that. They're unquoting
Have-
even before they've said the quote. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing that in text, just doing two quotation marks and then writing.
That'll work out pretty well because like the smart quoting algorithm will in fact open one and then immediately close it.
I see, yeah.
So it works out. It's pretty solid. Hmm. I may have to relay out my little train network here.
I hope the water is good.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good.
Nice.
The water around here is not good in general, so you have to
You
filter
have
it.
the extra special water.
Yeah, yeah. I just a water filter pitcher,
That's crazy.
which is pretty good. It's a pretty good move.
Hmm. We have those in Sweden too, even though they fill no purpose, I think.
No, the water in Sweden is good enough that you don't need them.
Yeah, pretty much any. I mean, probably there's microplastics in your diet, but
I mean, the water filter pitcher is made out of plastic,
plastic.
so
Yeah, but is it micro though?
I don't know. It seems like macroplastic to me, but I don't really know how microplastics come about.
You gotta make sure to get all of the essential macroplastics in your diet.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Mm.
I watched that whole documentary on plastic pollution just because it
Oh,
was what was at the theater. And
okay.
one of the main things I learned is like they got one of the many people whom they interviewed was like a grad student. And he was like, listen, microplastics aren't actually real because plastic is way too big to enter your cells or do anything to you.
Hmm.
It's the chemicals that come around with plastic that'll get you. So, uh, yeah, hope
Was he
that
right though?
helps, I guess. I don't know. Don't know.
No, you never do. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Have you heard of Getir? The
Yeah,
Getir problem?
the Gettier cases. Absolutely.
Yeah, he fucked everything up. That guy.
I
He
don't
fought
know.
so hard that he broke knowledge.
Hmm. But you know what I like more than knowledge? This Lamborghini.
You have a Lamborghini?
Uh, no, but if I had one, I would like it more than knowledge.
Okay. I don't know. I don't think I would like. Hmm. Well, I would like to have a knowledge. That would be cool. Like even just the one would be nice.
Mm. What about knowledge of good and evil?
That's a good one. That's a pretty good one.
That's a that's a solid knowledge right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, too bad you've just committed a mortal sin. Get
Oh
got.
no.
Yeah. Bet you weren't expecting that. Hmm?
None. Well, yeah. I guess I am. I did.
Oh.
I'm one of those utilitarian freaks
Mm-hmm.
who thinks that
I am constantly in drastic sin because I'm
Ooh,
not doing the perfect actions at
ooh.
every instant.
Well, you sound like a man who knows a lot about what the perfect actions are. You should tell me about
Yeah,
them.
that's the worst thing. I don't even know what the perfect action is.
Oh, well, I guess you're
I
fine then.
just I just kind of assuming that I'm not doing them.
Uh,
You know
well,
what's fucked?
what?
Imagination. That's the problem.
I can certainly imagine things. So,
Yeah,
that's
but the
true.
problem is I I can imagine myself doing better things than what I'm doing.
Mm.
If only I could not imagine, then all my problems would be solved.
But is it actually possible?
Not to imagine?
No. To do those things you imagine yourself doing better.
I mean, I'm a material determinist, so
Uh,
obviously no.
is it possible in a different sense? you
Yeah.
know?
Well, I mean, what is possibility, right? Like,
Yeah.
let's say I'm gonna roll the dice,
Okay.
and let's say there's quantum randomness in my hand, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There's actually a random outcome of this dice, and you say, well, I don't know what it's gonna be, you know? It's random, it's the unknown. But
You've
let's,
stun locked me by assuming that the outcome of a die roll is going to be random in a quantum way. I've never debated
well,
anyone like you.
what do you mean?
I don't know. Typically, that's used as an example of a different type of randomness.
Wait, a dice different from what?
Uh, like to get a quantum type of randomness, you usually have like a particle an
Yeah,
examiner or
sure.
something.
Well, I'm not sweating the details here.
Okay,
It's a
yeah, yeah,
hypothetical.
yeah. No problem, no problem.
So I'm using my particle accelerator hand to
Yeah.
quantum randomly throw a dice. And you're like, well, we don't know what it's going to be, right?
Mhm.
But, like, if I. And we say, it's a 1 in 6 chance it lands on a 6 because this is a basic bitch die.
Okay.
Now let's say I roll the die inside of a cup. And then
Mhm.
I say, well, I'm gonna reveal what number it is. What's the chance that it's gonna be a 6? You're gonna say 1 in 6. But I mean, the die has already landed. You know,
The
the
die
result is
is
in the cup.
cast, as they say.
Yeah, and it's even stopped rotating. So like, I don't know. I think randomness is in every sense, and the very concept of possibility is in every sense just a matter of imagination. Like, according to what we know about the world, what are the possibilities that we can imagine based on our limited knowledge?
Mhm.
And that is the possibility space.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. That's basically how it is. That's how it has to be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how else it would be.
You
Like,
can't imagine it.
so have you heard the Sam Harris argument against free will?
Hmm.
Or is,
I don't know. What is his argument against free
well, I'm
will?
not gonna go through it in detail because he's a nerd, but
Got him.
uh, yeah, he basically says like, well, think of a city and like decide a city, and then he's like, well, okay, so you had a few different cities that you chose from that when you decided which city to think of, but there's going to be at least one city that you didn't even think of thinking of. Like the idea just
What?
never came up. And then it's like, well, what about the actions that we don't even consider considering, sort of recursively? Uh, and then it goes like either it's all predetermined, causality, whatever, or
it's quantum randomness, whatever. But regardless of which one of those two it is, it's not free will
Mm-hmm.
because free will is neither of those.
Yeah.
And I agree with him, but I hate it because I think any argument where you are like, oh, by definition, this thing can't be real, then I always think, well, then your definitions are wrong, obviously, because people they use the word and they obviously mean a thing when they use it.
Yeah, I don't know though, cause like the way free will seems to be like a term of art used by philosophers, and it's not. Oftentimes, philosophers will be like, "Yeah, I have no idea what the hell this thing is." But I guess it involves being able to choose otherwise in a sense that may or may not be completely mistaken, I suppose.
Okay, but here's where it goes back into could have chosen to be otherwise.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, you could imagine yourself choosing otherwise, but like,
Yeah.
yeah. And so when your knowledge is limited, then your imagination is unrestrained. And when your imagination is unrestrained, then you could imagine it being otherwise, and thus you could have done
That's
otherwise in
true.
the sense that that's how it appears when you don't know how things are.
Yeah. This does bring up a different flaw under specificity and like, there are different types of impossibility, and I can imagine things that I think are impossible in a different sense.
Right.
Like, it's conceivable that the entire room I'm in could turn into plasma of its own accord, but it's impossible because there isn't enough energy here, I guess. I just picked a
Mm.
random example.
Yeah.
I don't really know anything about plasma or physics or the world or knowledge.
Well, I don't know anything about anything. I've
Yeah,
already established
yeah.
this.
I'm actually a know nothing. I'm the
Hmm.
political.
I once called myself a midwit, and Neo tried to argue me out of it.
Got him.
He's like, "You're not a midwit." I'm like, "Yes, I."
Have a little. Why don't you mid yourself some self-respect? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
Why don't you wit
I was
yourself some self-respect?
I was kind of happy for those 5 minutes where I considered myself a midwit because it meant that there was no pressure, you know.
Yeah. There are definitely times where I'm like, well, too many mysteries in this world. Guess I'll just let them go on their way.
Hmm.
Currently, the thing that is bothering me is the controls on this little train game, which is remarkable because there's only like 3 controls. So you'd
I
think
hope.
you'd
Yeah,
think it would be
sorry.
very easy
Hmm.
to
There's only 3 possible inputs.
well, first of all, you only use the mouse to control this game.
Okay.
And second of all, there are time controls which you get to by clicking a little clock, and then you can pause, play, or fast forward.
Mm,
And I basically never want to be in the play at regular speed mode. I
right.
think of that as like the slow-mo mode.
Hmm. There's lots of games like that.
Hmm. But I guess the pixel perfectness with which I would have to click on the pause instead of the play button um means that I keep going into slow mode when I'm trying to pause or speed up.
Mm. Someone should fix that.
Yeah, I don't think they will though.
It's
I,
not going to be me.
true. It's not
Couldn't
going to be
be.
me either.
I was actually having a little bit of a hard time focusing Sama Zoomer as you described your trouble
That's okay.
because
I didn't.
I had
Hmm.
huh?
I didn't
I had this
describe it very well either. Like you
I
couldn't.
had this story playing out in my head
Yeah.
where I was like, I really wish there's one person in your stream watching right now. Somebody's like, I like trains. I want to look at this train game. And then it's like, what is free will? What is you know? And then they're just
It's
having their entire mind blown, presumably because they're on drugs.
yeah. The trains are like a metaphor for life.
Mm.
They're on the trains are on a track. QED.
Mm. QED.
QED.
Yeah. I'm
Um,
just gonna start saying that in the middle of my arguments or things. QED.
Then you'd be a man after my own heart. I think I'm
That's
going.
good. That's good.
Yeah, I just died in the game. That's fine though.
I too would like to be a flashy man. That would be pretty cool.
Uh, yeah. There are worse things to be. There are sicker dogs you could be.
Hmm.
Square stations on no more than 2 lines. What does that mean? Oh, right. Square stations. Got it. Got it. Anyway.
I think there was one more step in my argument about, or my thoughts about free will and randomness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right, yes. Here it is. So when I talk to people, I, I struggle to relate to normal people because every thought of mine is like steeped in 15 levels of pure confusion. but uh, but or maybe I should say everything is steeped in 15 levels of cope to deal with the confusion. But so when I try to just give people a little glimpse into how I think and what I believe, I just start by saying I don't believe in free will.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like a shortcut. The real
Mm.
reason is free from what? Like what? From what? What are you free from? Like what the hell are you talking about?
Free from whom? Mm.
Hmm. Well, I think that is the crux of it. I think the entire debate about free will ought to be resolved by just asking the question of free from whom.
Yeah.
Because if the answer is free from everything, then the answer is obviously no, you're not free from everything.
Yeah.
It's like by definition, if if you've selected the entire space, yeah, are you free from yourself? I don't know. And so I think free will actually means free from all the things that we understand.
Ah, I
I think
see.
that's what it means.
I see. I see. Yeah.
But
Some people want to say like free will just means like you aren't being thrown in a dungeon or something.
you mean like free speech?
Yeah, basically.
I
Kind of.
see.
You know? And on the one hand, I'm like, that's a lame answer to a lame question. But on the other hand, I'm like, well, I mean, I guess if that makes sense to you, then like who am I to say like no, you're wrong. Actually, the meaning of free will must be preserved as this nonsense idea that occurred to a philosopher at some point. We must preserve this thing that doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense as the true meaning of free will for the rest of time.
Yeah. I mean, this is my olive branch to the free will tards. I tell them you're allowed to have free will as long as you tell me what you're free from.
I see.
And if they say free from getting thrown in jail, I say okay. I don't think that's what anybody else means, but if that's what you mean, then I will agree that you have free will.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it seems like a, oh no, I need more tunnels. Oh no. It seems like kind of a lame answer to the puzzle, but on the other hand, they are right that if somebody says, I did it of my own free will, that has like a real life meaning,
Yeah.
even though it doesn't seem to be what philosophers are talking about, but whatever.
Well, so what I see with this thing is that it's pointing at a problem. And this is the problem I've been wrestling with since I was like 5 years old. Except I didn't understand what I was wrestling with back then. I still don't understand it because I don't know anything. But
Hmm.
I I think when people say that they are free, like it's free will, it means that there's nothing that they know of restricting their action, and so
Mm-hmm.
they can imagine things being otherwise. But that's a question of imagination, which is fine until you remember that like basically all of morality is based on the idea of free will.
Yeah. Hmm. I mean, there's a lot of that,
Like if
I guess, involved.
let's say we just agree that murder is always evil for whatever reason. Let's say we somehow came to that
Based.
conclusion. Yeah, murder is always based.
Oh, no.
Um, well, let's say a rock falls and it crushes my skull and I die.
Mm-hmm.
Is that now an evil rock?
Yes. You've never
I mean,
debated anyone like me.
I suppose it would be like, or we go the other way, and then nobody is morally culpable for anything.
Mm-hmm.
And right now we're in this state where people are only morally culpable when we don't understand. That's how it works right now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean.
If I don't understand what's going on, you are responsible. Yeah.
So true, so true.
This was my TEDx talk. Thank you for coming.
Like, that's the moral of your TEDx talk. You're like, if I don't understand what's going on, it's your fault.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, I have a whole theory about blame. What blame even is.
Ooh.
And it goes into like causality. And it's like, well, so obviously, let's say, okay, I punch you in the face and it hurts you.
Hey,
You know,
why did you do that? What the hell, man?
it's because I had to
Oh.
illustrate the idea.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Well, if it was necessary, then I guess I can't can't be
Yeah.
annoyed.
Well, so you would say, well, the pain in your face is caused by me because I'm punching you. But then I say, no, it was not me who did this. I only did it because I had to for this thought experiment. And now I am shifting the blame backwards temporally.
Nice. A perfect strategy.
And so, assuming everything's deterministic, obviously everything could be pushed back to the Big Bang, you know?
Mm, yeah.
But then, not only that, I mean, if it's random, sure, we could blame the randomness. But not only that, but there's also branches, you know? So, let's say we're walking opposite directions in a corridor. I step to the left to avoid you, but you step to the right and we collide.
which one of us caused it? Well, I mean, it was both of us, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So now we've established that it's not only an infinite chain, it's also a chain that has forks.
Maybe it's a tree.
Yeah, here's the thing. So I started using my programming knowledge to like map this out as logic gates, and it gets incomprehensible very fast.
Ooh.
It's
You're quickly becoming a modern analytic philosopher, my friend.
thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
Sure.
Probably isn't, but so basically the conclusion I arrived at is that you can just blame anyone for anything if you feel
Nice.
like it, and there's probably a valid reason to do it, especially when we include the idea of like, oh, if we have limited knowledge, then we get to just make things up. We can just imagine things.
So true. So true.
So it's like, well, okay, you know, the question that all the historians are obsessed over. Why did Rome fall?
Mm-hmm.
The answer is obvious. It was because of oxygen.
Yes. Yes.
And then, like, why did this Second World War happen? Well, it was also because of oxygen.
Yeah. That was definitely there.
But yeah, like, you couldn't have Nazis without oxygen. That's just, right?
We must get the oxygen. We must try it for its crimes against humanity.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
although there wouldn't be any humanity without oxygen either. So, like,
No. And it might try to repossess us. That might be pretty bad.
hmm, hmm. Yeah, so I think the way it works is that you can blame anything for anything if you want to. But like the question is, how do we stop bad things from happening again?
Mm-hmm.
And so the question is, what should we change such that a similar situation does not reoccur? And here's the thing, nobody wants to change, which is why nobody wants to be blamed.
Yeah.
And so the chain of events is a bad thing happens, and then we think, well, we don't want this thing to happen again, so we have to change something so it's less likely. And then everybody says, well, I don't want to change. And the best way to protect yourself is to blame someone else. And they say that person should change. And then everybody just points in every direction.
Nice.
And that's how blame works.
Yeah, to a certain extent, that is how blame works. I used to have a lot more thoughts about subjects like these.
Hmm. And then you realized it's a waste of time.
Nah, I guess I just figured them all out.
I see. That's pretty cool.
Easy,
Can you give me the
easy class.
answers?
I don't know. It's pretty long.
Okay.
Maybe at some point. Maybe later.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's you kind of have most of it there. You
Right.
sort of
That's
figured
cool.
out most of it. There's some
I,
other.
I don't.
Uh-huh.
Mhm. No, I was just gonna say I don't feel like anybody even understands what I'm saying when I talk about this stuff.
Uh, yeah, it's fairly esoteric compared to normal concerns. But
Mm.
that's why for all that we hate them, you can go become an academic philosopher, and then people are like, yes, I completely understand this question and have my own opinions about it.
Yeah.
Let's rap,
Sometimes
as they say.
some sometimes I think like some of the biggest things in philosophy like are actually really simple. Once you get the idea,
Yeah.
it's like so super simple.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think, what if I write a book about, it's like the title is like "Free from What?" question mark, and then it's like a
Mm.
2-page book or something.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with the
And
other
then,
pages of the book?
yeah, and then I'm
You
gonna
know,
go down in history as like the guy who figured out free will.
he did it.
And then I think,
They call him Mr. Free
that,
Will.
yeah, and then I think, well, obviously, if I came up with an idea, then obviously it cannot be correct.
Hmm.
That's what I think.
You don't think that maybe it's just like obvious or something? That's what I
That,
always think. Like, well,
yeah.
some
Well, yeah,
philosopher probably thought of that
yeah,
already.
that's what I also think. I'm like, if I could come up with this, surely somebody else has already posted this and it got downvoted.
Yeah, maybe it was upvoted,
Well, then I would have heard of it.
Yeah. Um, I feel like I've heard of comparable things. Probably. I don't know which ones of them you would see and go like, "Oh yeah, that's definitely the one that
Mm.
resonates with me." But I feel like there are broadly a couple of things like that anyway.
I think the thing that is good, I think, about my explanation is that it has a kitschy thing at the end
True.
where you
You-
can just say like, just grammatically, what are you even talking about when you're saying free?
Yeah. What if you meet someone and they're like just free in general?
When I say, what do we, free from what in general? You
Yeah.
see, there is no escape
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
I've learned from Socrates.
True. I guess they would have to say like, "Oh, everything," and then you'd go, "Ah, you can't be free from everything. That's all of the things."
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got them there.
Mm-hmm.
You've got them there.
Well, I mean, they could always just disagree.
That's true. There's
You
no.
know, that is.
That's why. That's why everything in philosophy is intractable, because you can always just go like,
Mm.
I disagree.
Yeah.
No matter how, like I
Yes.
think the entire point, like the entire reason this free will debate is around is because people keep taking opposite sides of it for like no reason.
You know, I I think. I mean, there's the sheer absurdity of, like, the utility monster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the fuck even is this? Like, so so your counter argument is that because you don't like the conclusion of my reasoning is wrong.
No, yeah, that
Isn't that entirely backwards?
no,
But like, that's how all of philosophy works.
that's modus tollens, my friend. You're always allowed
Like,
to do that.
uh,
It's one of the
yes,
great
but yes,
modes
you are
of
right.
reasoning.
But because you are always allowed to do that, it means that
Yeah,
you can always just say no.
true. Everybody's thinking about yes and. They should be thinking about no, fuck you.
Yeah, that is the big counter.
Hmm.
Well, that's why I think that the only way to beat an idea is to eat an idea.
Ah,
I
curious.
should.
What does that even mean?
I don't know, but it sounds good. Actually, I do know
Mhm.
what it means. It
Oh,
means that it's for the same reason where I said like the best way to convince somebody is to ask a question.
hmm.
Is that your answer has to contain their answer,
Hmm.
or you can never win.
How does? Oh, okay. No, yeah, I get it. Kind of.
Yeah, that's good. I also kind of get it.
Yeah. Like you need to demonstrate value by saying, "Yes, I understand your idea. Now I will explain why your idea is dumb." Got him.
Yeah, I mean, it's more like you say, your idea is right within this context that you live in, and then this is how it fits into a wider context.
Is it unburdened by what has been?
Fairly. Sure.
Good, good, good.
I'm gonna I'm gonna write this in aphorisms. I don't even know what an aphorism is. I've looked it up and I still don't understand.
Well, I can't help you there. I was gonna tell you to look it up. Hmm.
This is probably at my peak schizo posting, I think.
Real schizo posting hours.
Uh-huh. I feel like I only post on the Bailey when I'm at my stupidest. Because
Real stupid hours.
when I have mental faculties, they prevent me from posting.
Why would they prevent you from posting?
Because I'm stuck in infinite regression
Oh,
or something.
I see. This
See,
explains
the only
why you can never achieve knowledge.
yeah, this is why I cannot operate when I can think, because when I can think, I'm stuck. But if I can't think, I just do things.
If you can't think, then you're golden.
Yeah. You know, I'm so tired of things.
Mm.
I've had it up to here with things.
There are too many things in the world. Much
Yeah.
like that guy said to Mozart. Beethoven?
Or
I don't know.
that Faust guy.
Oh, did he not like the number of things that there are?
Yeah, he thought there should be less things, like none.
He wanted to get rid of all of the things.
Yeah, how do you feel? Do you like that there are things?
I think we definitely have more than we need, but I don't necessarily object to them being there, you know.
Mm, right. Need for what?
Just in general,
Okay.
for
Well,
for anything, for anything you might have a need for.
you're gonna do that one? I see. Yeah. No. Oh, I suppose I'm just life weary.
Uh, when a man is weary of life, he's weary of life, as they say.
Mm-hmm. Apparently, they say that very often.
Well, they say something like it fairly often, I guess.
Mm. Sometimes I think, what if this girl I like actually felt the same?
Hmm.
Would I still think that there are too many things in the world, or would my perspective be entirely different?
Hard to say.
And I feel like the answer is, I think I might feel the same way, and that scares me.
Hmm.
I feel like nobody should be in a relationship with a person who thinks that there shouldn't be things.
Oh,
So,
plenty of people who think there shouldn't be things are in happy relationships. It's one of the most
That makes
popular
more sense to me.
ways to complain, probably,
What do you mean?
if I had to guess.
Wait, what is the most popular way to complain?
Complaining that there are too many things is a pretty popular thing to complain about.
Ah, I'm not sure I agree. I think most complaints take some sort of there are the wrong things sort of approach.
Yes. Yes. I'm alright with having this many things, but the problem is what things there are.
Yeah. You feel like there ought to be the right things.
Yeah. It makes a certain amount of sense as well.
Yeah, and I feel like there ought to be none.
Beautiful vision of nothingness.
Oh, have you heard the quote, nothing is what rocks dream of?
Nothing is what rocks dream of?
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever heard that, no.
I heard it the other day. I thought it was very nice.
Ah, what's it
Very poetic.
from?
I heard it from Alex O'Connor.
Hmm.
I think he's one of the greatest dweebs around.
I'm not familiar.
He used to be part of the New Atheist movement and went by Cosmic Skeptic.
Oh my god, this guy is skeptical of the very cosmos.
Oh, he was at one point. He doesn't go by that name anymore. Yeah, now he has a show called Within Reason.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. How about that, huh?
Yeah, that's cool.
Too bad for him that I'm a reason skeptic.
Hmm. Are you really, or do you
No,
just like saying that?
no,
Okay,
I'm just joking.
it's hard to know sometimes.
You were
I
giving
was
off reason skeptic vibes earlier in the conversation.
somewhat. What? Again, I am perplexed by the fact that we can't know things, or that we can know things even though it's impossible.
Yeah. But then you were like,
Yes, the more you reason, the more everything just breaks.
yeah, which seems to be the opposite for me.
Ah, well, I guess you're reasoning insufficiently. I'm gonna
Maybe.
pull a no true Scotsman and say, if your shit still works, then you haven't reasoned enough.
Yeah. Yeah, are you sure you weren't an academic philosopher? That sounds very familiar. Uh,
I mean, it really is like if you're not done until nothing works anymore.
hmm. You're not done until you
Mm,
put it all the way back together.
right.
Anyhow,
I was. Mhm.
I googled this thing about rocks, and apparently people think Aristotle said it, but actually he didn't. And the guy who said it first might have been Reverend Jonathan Edwards,
Ah,
1721, of
cool.
Being, according to
That's my
Quora.
favorite Reverend.
Yeah, yeah. Mine is Reverend Bayes, obviously, because I gotta pay respect to
Okay.
the classics.
The Bayesian thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
the guy
I see.
who
Yeah, that's
invented
pretty cool.
probability. I'm gonna say
A Bayes theorem or whatever.
the based
Yeah, I
theorem.
didn't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't know he was a reverend.
yeah. He was, you know,
Maybe I should rearrange my tier list.
ooh,
M-
top reverends of all time. Number one.
You might even go above that other reverend, which I'd never heard of before.
There were a lot of cool reverends kicking
Mhm.
around. There's that guy, I think, the analytical language of John Wilkins.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was a reverend.
You know, I think
He
the
was a
reason for
clergyman.
reason. Mhm.
Yeah, he was the Right Reverend John Wilkins.
Mhm.
That's great. Yeah, anyway, go on.
I think the reason for reason is to proactively deal with um, contradictions in our value structure,
Mm,
or like how we evaluate what to do. Because and that the thing is that you can have two. So okay, so Neo, you know that guy, right?
mm-hmm.
He likes to say you can only optimize for one variable.
Mm.
Do you know what that he means when he says that?
Uh, I can understand those words. If he means something yet more specific by it, then I guess I do not understand.
Well, it's basically just the idea that like any optimizing algorithm or whatever only optimizes for one thing.
Yeah.
Like if you want to have a secondary goal, you need to have a conversion rate between like how much of X is worth how much of Y, you know?
All right. Yep.
So, I mean, that's only true if you're actually forced to make decisions regarding the trade off. Like, let's say
Mm-hmm.
I think that ice cream is the best thing you could possibly eat, and I would choose it above anything. And I also
Nice.
believe that pizza is the best thing you could possibly eat, and I would choose it above everything.
Whoa.
But then I go my entire life without ever being offered ice cream and pizza at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can just live with that contradiction because it just
What a
doesn't
hero.
happen. I'm just never in the situation where I need to make a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
that's, and I think that's what reason is for, is figuring out those things ahead of time for scenarios that you have not yet been in.
Hmm. Well, I think
Like,
reason is useful for a lot of things. You know, much
I think
like
it's
that.
useless.
Oh,
It just ruins everything.
well, you are a reason skeptic. We've learned.
I suppose. Uh, I'm making a bunch of strong assertions, and you're not necessarily agreeing with them. You're just letting me say them, and
So true. So true.
and, and I appreciate
He's
that.
he's
I
figured
feel
me out.
I feel like it's nice to just say these things.
Just to assert every once in a while.
Yeah, yeah. I
That's what.
mean, you might imagine as somebody who does not believe in reason and think that the optimal strategy is to ask questions and get stuck in infinite regression all the time.
Hmm.
I don't often feel like I get to just assert things.
Oh, don't worry.
This is
I'm
a
gonna
very
I'm gonna Socratically dismantle you later.
that's good. Do that, yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'll just say you didn't understand what I meant.
Ah, the Jordan Peterson gambit. I get you. I get you.
Yeah. I mean, I've been getting fed up with Peterson, man. I
Yeah.
kind of liked him. I was one of those Peterson bros for quite a while,
Nice.
and like I still think he has a lot of cool shit to say, but it's god damn it, man.
I
Would you
yeah. Go on.
would you stop using all of your intelligence to be retarded, please?
But that's that's the most delicious gift of all. He wouldn't give that one up for the world.
Yeah, I guess. Hmm. Well, I suppose my reasoning about reasoning is a more recent development, so I don't feel as confidently about those assertions as I do about free will and chance and blame.
Yeah, I can see why. I mean, you
A bit-
presumably used reason to come to your other conclusions, so
Yeah.
just putting that one
But you
out
know
there.
what?
Yeah.
I was gonna write a story. I might
Hmm.
have mentioned this. I was gonna write a story, but I knew from the start I wasn't gonna write it, but I was gonna write it.
Nice.
Where there was this guy uh, who was a man of science, and he bought a haunted house,
Mm.
but it was cheap. It was a big mansion, and it was like, well, I'm a man of science. I don't believe in ghosts.
Hmm.
And then one day when he was walking around, he just fell through the floor because it was like a bad floorboard or something.
Hmm.
And then he starts doing, all these reasoning where he's like, well, I mean, if a floorboard is bad, then I should be able to see it. So he starts inspecting the floorboards. But no matter how much he tries to prove to himself that he's safe, that feeling just stays with him. That he's like, well, I can't stand anywhere on the second floor. And then it just escalates. It's like I think it's like a Junji Ito story, except I've never read a Junji Ito story.
Oh, nice. I
Uh,
also don't know what those are like.
yeah, it's a very weird form of horror.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
the idea is that he just gets more and more obsessed with finding solid ground, and he starts digging beneath his house, and then he finds a bunch of weird tunnels that nobody knew about, and he goes on expeditions deeper and deeper into the tunnels,
Oh.
and it just gets worse.
Well, that sounds kind of cool. E-
I don't think I ever decided how the story ends.
Everybody get everybody loves a good tunnel.
I had an idea for the end,
Yeah.
which is that um, actually the cave opens up and just becomes more and more cavernous the further down you go,
Hmm.
and then basically he reaches the bottom in the sense that he can't go deeper, but the only thing below him is just a huge pit.
Hmm. Why doesn't he fall into the pit?
Well, how do they know he's not falling?
Oh,
Maybe the
I
entire
see.
world is falling all the time.
I see.
I don't know. I had this idea that there were I don't know, floating islands or something below, and
Now,
if
now
he
you're
just looks
really
down.
getting into Lovecraftian territory where you're like, ah, my spooky psychological horror. Okay, now there are floating islands.
Yeah, there's when he looks down into the chasm, there's floating islands, and
Hmm.
then there's each island is a tiny island with a guy sitting on it.
Whoa, there are guys down there.
Yeah, they also tried to find the bottom, and then they were like, "This island, this is the one. I'm gonna stop here." But there's actually no bottom; it just goes forever.
Hmm.
And I'm
I
hoping
see.
the metaphor is obvious.
As with many
If it
metaphors, there are so many
if it helps,
things it could be.
if it helps, there was also supposed to be a bunch of weird turtle creatures down in the caves.
Ah, sweet. That definitely helps. The metaphor is
Yeah.
to Dark Souls.
No,
Oh.
I've been writing about Dark Souls a lot. No, the pursuit of I can't speak English.
Oh, I see.
Irrefutable knowledge.
I
He
see.
wants to find a firm base to stand on, but the
Yeah.
further he digs, the worse it gets.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then he meets a bunch of people who are like, "Ah, this is the bottom. I have found it. The cave does not go any deeper than this. and then he lifts a rock, and there's like a hole where you can climb down.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
the metaphor, and that's why it's full of turtles,
Right, I
because
get
it's
it
just
now.
turtles all the way
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Mm. Do you like my story? Is it a
Yeah.
good one?
Yeah. I think it could be a real knee slapper.
Yeah, I heard I've heard several times from my friend Gustav, who's like me, but um crazy, as though I'm not, but crazy in a different way. Um, and he said apparently Kafka, when he was reading his stories, he would be like, laughing and crying on the stage when he was reading his stuff to his audience, and he was like, apparently, I think he said that everything he wrote was terrible and garbage, and then people would go listen to him tell his stories, and like all the tragic parts, he was just laughing hysterically. Like, don't you get it?
Nice.
This is a comedy.
Yeah. Yeah, his stories certainly seem to me to have a lot of that quality where he's like, this is just a funny thing I thought about, you know? He's like,
Why I
yeah.
haven't read them?
And then he died in this completely bizarre way. That's life, am I right? LOL.
Yeah,
That's my Kafka impression. That's how he talked.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Oh my god. These trains are becoming Kafka-esque.
Mm.
Hmm.
Man, what is even the point of drugs when I can just hang out with you?
It's a good question. I don't know. I guess I could do the drugs. I mean,
Do you need drugs?
every once in a while. Every once in a
It
while.
seems to be pretty chilling.
Yeah. Yeah. But what if I were to lose my chill? First of all, the universe would end. Second of all,
Probably.
that's when the drugs come in. That's when I'm
I
like,
mean, you,
ah, and then I get better. I just recover. It's fine.
would the world actually end if you lost your chill?
Uh, yes, like cosmically. Not that I would be upset. It would just happen. It's so
Yeah.
unthinkable that it would simply occur.
How?
I don't know. I'm not a cosmologist.
Right. Well, like, I don't know. I think being chill is like a pretty good state of mind.
Yeah, it's pretty chill
Yeah, I don't know how.
to be chill.
Yeah.
I should pretty woman you. Teach you how to be chill.
What does that have to do with Pretty Woman?
It's the name of a movie where,
Okay, but do they chill in that movie?
well, a man teaches a prostitute. I've never seen this movie. I think he teaches a prostitute to be classy.
How to chill? See.
Well, they start out knowing how to chill. They have to learn the opposite,
Uh,
I think. My trains are in a bad way. I don't really know
well,
how to fix them.
I hope that's not too upsetting.
Hmm. I guess not. No.
Hmm. You
But
know
like,
what?
yeah?
Uh, you know the guy who's just digging under his house?
Yeah?
He is not chill.
Hmm.
And if you ask him, hey, hey, why are you not chilling? He will say, because everything's fucking hollow and there's a giant hole and we're all gonna fall down and die.
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks that's why he's not chill.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a stupid argument.
He could be
Because
he could just be chill anyway.
I mean clearly you guys haven't all died yet. So You know,
Yeah.
whatever is down there is probably going to continue to be down there. It doesn't actually matter all that much.
Yeah.
And so, but the truth is that the real reason he is never chill is not because there's a hole in the ground. The real reason he's never chill is because he fell over and he couldn't handle that.
Taha. Got him. Falling down. Looking ass MF.
Yeah. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to figure out all the philosophy before I
Step
can
1.
chill.
Mm-hmm.
But that's stupid. Because
Mm.
clearly there are people who have not figured out all of philosophy and yet are still chill somehow.
Yeah. Certainly. It's possible they haven't even noticed the problems.
Yeah. And that's what upsetting the man so much. Because everyone is like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you digging under your house? And he's like, don't you see that it's all gonna collapse? And they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's how I feel. That's me.
Yeah. I feel like the problems have solutions. The philosophical problems have solutions, at least.
Uh,
You know?
I'm glad you found your turtle.
Like you're just like, of course. Bayes' theorem. Classic. We did it.
Mm,
I have a 1,000-page long book I could recommend to you if you'd like.
sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
I'll
Is
send
it
you a link.
Animorphs?
Nah, nah.
I didn't finish it. I'm sorry.
We'll run it back. We'll get him next time.
Hmm.
However, I'm
Although
going
it
to
does sound, based on
there.
what you said, like I did read more than most.
Yeah. Yeah, but I will just send you this link and you can have thoughts about it. What is it? Is this like
Oh
why isn't
shit!
it
This is
sending?
Friday.
Yes. Oh, good. I've now sent it.
I've entirely forgotten. I think I've got a meeting like right now
Oh, well,
with
Godspeed
someone.
you.
Thank you. Um. Yes. See ya.
Okay, bye. Now, back to my trains. I think I think I should optimize my audio for like it's dumb, but the new pipe um silence skipping feature, you know? Because that's the primary way people consume it. And by people, I mean me, obviously. That's the primary way I consume it. So I feel like green is kind of going okay. Purple is definitely going okay. And then it's just everything else that kind of needs to be corralled. Is that Is that smart? Is that a smart move? Let's get the trains running a little bit. See what happens. I don't like when it bunches up on itself in an unaesthetic way. Maybe actually I need to work in... Like, there's value to be had from immediately visiting a square. When you get right down to it. Okay, I guess that's alright. I seem to have lost all background music, which is okay. It's fine by me. Nice. New York City, baby. Maybe I want to create a new orange line in this sort of area. I wish I had a square over here, but I guess I couldn't use it anyway. I'm also not getting any interchanges on this, which is an interesting state of affairs. Because it means I can't have a hyper-efficient interchange, I guess. You know? I think I'm gonna make the challenge. I'm getting the sense that that's going to occur. Hmm. Is it even important to have that corner? I guess so, because it lets me dispose of triangles, which are always happening. Hmm. Yeah. Why mess with success, you know? Oh no, New York, the fastest growing city in the world. No. Okay, so that one has like become a natural interchange. In a way that is probably bad. Do I just need more bridges? Yeah, I think I need some more bridges, right? Because then what I want to do is I think I want to cut the green line off from a lot of this stuff. Is that anything? I'll have to remember to move that back. Unless this thing... Oh my god, the train was at the station. Jesus Christ. I might actually have to do what I considered doing a while ago, which is look up like mini metro speed up mod. Well, at least I learned that hotkey. Oh, it's also spacebar. I had like forgotten that because I was thinking about how in Proverbs the spacebar switches the music track. It looks like Mini Metro just went on sale the day after I purchased it. Very cool. Very cool. I guess I'm gonna need more bridges. I'm probably gonna need another line sooner or later. Wait, shouldn't I also have the... 1,000 passengers. I am out of bridges, so I should have more bridges. Damn, there's like... I'm searching to see if there's a mod that allows you to speed up Mini Metro, and like just for the beginning. I don't even want... It's not even like an idle game, you know? But I'm getting a lot of stuff, like, oh, here's a cracked APK of it or something, and it's like, ah, really, huh? I don't know, whatever. I wonder if all the squares are going to be in the center. Alright, this is a little faster than I thought would happen, but let's do it. Oh, we finally get an interchange. That's interesting. I think the trains should have pointed fronts. You know? I think it's time for the purple line to live its own life. I will eventually need a new line, probably, but I think so far we're fairly good. Oh, there's a bunch of this stuff wants to go here. I could just extend the red line. Hmm. Yeah, I should. But then I might have to contract the red line on the other side, which, you know, it's only serving that, like, random thing. I think it's fine if we contract it. But then do we want to go up to the other circle? Or do we make that a blue line? Okay, it seems like a couple of things are not happy. Hmm. Ooh, another interchange. That's very good. I wonder why I didn't get any interchanges before, and now I have 2 of them. Like, was it a bug? Is it just random whether or not it gives you an interchange? Oh god, no. No! It's so annoying that they're always like blurping at you. And it's just not enough time between when they're like be aware and when it's actually important. I guess that means, like, you could argue that means you should always strive to play with getting no warnings at all. Maybe that's possible. And if you did that, maybe it would be easier. It's a shame too, because I could have thrown down an interchange on it. Really, I want it to just do that thing where it pauses and is like, can you fix that problem? So I would love if that were a setting, instead of just, you fool. The best solution in the world. I think maybe the real solution is like, there's also the awkward detail that every time you like change what your trains are doing, there's a shock in the system. The slow pan out will slowly reveal that I'm insane, I'm sure. Just feels like that kind of slow pan, you know? Maybe it would be better if all of my loop trains went the same way. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna need a new bridge before a new line. That train just got stuck. I wonder if that's just a programming error, just like a classic logical error. Interesting that those squares got on. I guess because they know they can get to the other square because it's a loop. This might be a terrible idea. Sure would be nice if I could build an interchange there. I don't know. Oh man, I cannot even get up there. Oof. I think I'm just gonna lose. I think that's just gonna expire even though the train is pulling in. Yep. So it did. So it did. Alright, we're gonna go for one more try. It's a bit of an annoying game because I can tell I'm not doing right, but there's like no way related to the game to tell what that is. You know? It's almost imperceptible whether you're doing well or poorly in this game anyway. And it seems like the way you would advance in your understanding of this game is to like just do a bunch of math proofs about it or something equally ridiculous. Hmm. Hmm. Curious. Where do these even want to go? Maybe we throw one of these on there. Right, there are a lot of squares there, and hopefully that will get them to the square place faster. One of these may be Hoboken. And I wish I knew which one, because it's a funny word. No. Maybe? I'm looking at a map. I don't... To be clear, I'm aware of various geopolitical boundaries, but not of specifically how things look on maps. Which, you know, sounds really defensive when I say it like that. I think if this is New York, yeah, then this would be Hoboken, approximately. There, maybe here. Can I actually interchange again? Right. Now I interchange this one. And that should be pretty good. Yeah, that's just stalling there, but it's going to unstick itself eventually, and I don't know why. That's probably just a knock-on effect. No. Like it used to drop off squares there. I don't really know what that's about, to be honest. Ooh, that's a rough one. That's rough, buddy. Jesus Christ. Like, I could just make this an interchange, but it feels really arbitrary. I guess the green line is not really complaining to me, so maybe... Ooh, I can't do that anymore. What if I throw this on there? Yeah, okay, fine. You get to be a completely arbitrary interchange. My interchange is in fact getting mad. Damn, son. This is no good. This is just crazy. However, god damn it. Do I need bridges? I think I need carriages more. I wish I could zoom in, or at least knew exactly what it wanted me to grab. Yeah, so like this interchange that I frickin' wasted isn't even useful anymore. I still have the minimum number of bridges. What do I do? Maybe I go for the funny answer, which is just like, throw that there, see what happens. I don't know why. I guess this must have occurred on this other dot. Now, on the other hand, cool part of this, even though I'm laboriously using the hand of God to move trains around. Is that if I do that successfully, then I will reach the achievement goal. Can I just... Like this, certainly this would be the least of my sins. Oh, I see. Right, yeah, of course. Maybe I could do it the other way. I mean, I thought this green line was helping. But I suppose I could just... It's both a blessing and a curse that the train has to finish what it's doing before you can send another train in. Or you can send it to a new place, rather. Well, now, this is just a curse. This is 100% cursey. Oh, I could borrow a mouse pad right now. I'll be back. Also, if I can survive for just another, I don't know, day or whatever, I will probably get the opportunity for a fourth line, which should clear up a lot of this. Okay. Is that gonna do anything? Oh, it was loading. Okay. Frick. Hmm. Okay, well, I guess it would be another 24 hours. Yeah, so I immediately need another line. Right. Hmm. Right, so this is really the only thing we're gonna hold constant about the purple line. Except now we're out of bridges. We could do this, which is a little bit rough. we're going to use an elegant new strategy called panicking. This is definitely a stopgap measure. Oh, it's fixed already, actually. It's fine. If I can just deliver. 7 more passengers, I can beat the challenge. Whew! Alright, I'm just gonna lose now. Good. Good. What was that? New York City? Why doesn't it actually indicate whether you've completed all the challenges or not on the main menu? Like, I realize it's kind of a... looking a gift horse in the mouth, but why isn't the horse better? Ask yourself that. So is it... oh, very good. Very good. I will take another line. Yeah, so that is a river. I guess I could just, you know, why not? I guess we're gonna find out what Warsaw looks like. Yeah, Warsaw. I am gonna need those tunnels later. For sure. I'm starting to think like, okay, this side of the river should be its own line. Ooh, I could have an interchange. That will help me if I do that thing I was thinking of. Yeah, I mean, it's doing pretty well with just the one loop so far. I've already gotten the first achievement. But will I be able to get the second achievement? Probably not. There's a good mix of all the different shapes around here. Such that the only thing I expect to be a problem requiring the transfer of one loop to another is this pentagon. And perhaps other pentagons if they, you know. Ooh. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna need that other interchange shortly. What was it? I guess it went away almost immediately. Yeah, but that does mean I should begin building. Alright, which one do I want to have the loop? Mm-hmm. Well, we will see which one of those acquires. Oh, you're allowed to have 5 trains per rail on this one. That makes everything make a lot more sense. I thought something was going wrong with my counting in a little way. So I guess the fact, like, this should actually go to the same triangle. Maybe the square should go to the square instead. But, like, you know, this is the triangle line. It starts with a triangle over here, and then there are no triangles, so it's just dumping triangle guys here, and not making a huge amount of sense as to why to have a bottleneck there. Well. That tourist attraction is going to need extra engine, I wager. Oh, this one too. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. Hmm. Interesting. Now they could both have a triangle. No, they don't need a triangle. Never mind. But this guy now gets a circle, which should help with some of this. Does it make sense for them to... I hope that didn't ruin everything. Like, I've made this too efficient now, so something else is gonna feel the burden. Oh, we're gonna hit Warsaw easy. Actually, I guess I should put the additional capacity on this, because it's just such a big loop. Yay! Is it gonna... Has it stopped zooming out already? Well, I guess if it stops giving me cities and stuff, then I will consider myself to have mostly won. I might need some tunnels. You know? I might need to make another line here. Although really, I guess having another line will not help me per se until... except to get around the engine limit. Yeah, I'm just gonna lose. That's fine. That's fine. I wonder if it's... my gamer sense is telling me, like, it should be possible to go forever. What is this? What is it? Dark mode? Huh. Oh. It's just how it looks. I don't really care then. I am, well... I don't know, it seems like it changes the shape of the river or something. Yeah, I don't really care that much. So I think what I will do is I will switch them to dark mode once I have successfully completed all of the relevant challenges. Except Warsaw does not have a dark mode. So that's immediately pointless. This ball. Boom. Let's go. Four lines. Wow. 400 feels like a complete gimme, you know? Hmm. Yeah, I don't want to risk not having those tunnels. I'm not even looking at the screen, man. I'm just, you know. Hmm. I'm just responding to sound effects when they say like, "Ah, you're something's happening." Oh God. Oh no. Yeah, I need this new line. So far no special shapes, which is interesting. The first special shape. I don't think I'm going to need any more tunnels or any more lines, honestly. So for the challenge, I cannot use cannot use more lines. So wait, is this a line? Yeah, okay. So it would be foolish to get more. What even is the train limit on this map? I don't know. And we may find out. Very good. An interchange. Hmm. Oh my god. I think it's gonna fail me. That's good. Curiosity. I've also inadvertently drawn a unicorn. Nice. This is very pleasing. Well, I guess I'd like another interchange then, but I'm not going to get one, so oh well. Hmm. So we are now at maximum zoom out. I think it may finally be time to turn this little cutie by the interchange into its own line. Or something like that. Oh. Well, sweet. I can just turn this into an interchange then. Solving everything. Then build the greatest line in the history of Portugal. Jesus Christ, I hate this. There we go. Okay, I don't think I should build the greatest line in the history of Portugal. Although I will be able to have a fifth line. Anyway. Right. So. Why did I suddenly get a train? Oh, because this other line disappeared. Right. Yeah. Wow, that one really snuck up on me. Well, we'll give this a shot. right? I won't just... Okay. Yeah, no. Okay, so those don't even stay on dark mode. What a pleasing train. How very Japanese graphic design of them. Yo, what the hell is this? What is this? What does that do? I guess it is just a high-speed rail, so... For long-distance journeys, I'm sure it will be useful. I guess maybe that also explains why the other trains don't have a triangular front. Going to go back to checking my messages, which is usually a pretty bad sign for a game. Japan, a land of cotton candy and dreams. I feel like this game is like easy, but then you lose, which is always an interesting property for games to have. Because it's like, yeah, that was the game felt really easy, and then I lost. So obviously there's more going on there. But I guess that means there's actually like less going on because you just like lose. Eventually you just lose because you've run out of resources. And maybe there is no better way of doing it, you know? I guess I may need more tunnels shortly for locomotives. That's not too bad. It's possible they are psyoping me into building the the train nexus from the hit sci-fi story. Do not build the train nexus. No, the like particular ring. It might just naturally fall out of what they're doing. Kind of wish you could hit a button to accept that. I'm probably gonna want an interchange at some point. It's interesting how fast that high-speed rail one moves. Like once the other trains have cleared out the thing it's working on. Okay, now it's just stopped. I don't know why. Maybe it was picking up squares as squares were being generated additionally. I am out of bridges, so...
Oh,
Oh, hello.
am I audible?
Yes, you're very crunchy, in a way.
Ah,
It's like you're talking through cotton.
does it sound better now? It shouldn't.
It sounds like louder now, which is kind of an improvement.
Well, that's okay. In that case, I think it's using the wrong microphone.
Yeah, that sounds really likely. Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can fix that.
Okay. Where are my little... No, I guess I didn't say I affirm I wish to play the challenge mode. So it hasn't done it for me. Yo. It's just straight up tells you the strategy. It's like add it to a long line.
Does this sound different?
You basically sound the same.
Does this sound different?
Nope, same.
Okay, well, then it is at the very least using the right microphone. Maybe it was all along. Okay. I began with the rationality, you see. But it states there in the whole thing that it's about, that it is about being less wrong.
Yeah.
It's, well, that is not to be right.
They're just being humble.
Really?
Yeah.
Does it make you completely right?
Yeah, sure. Sure. Some would say.
Is it possible to read this thing and still disagree with another person who's read it?
Now you're asking the real questions.
Uh-huh.
And the answer is yes. I disagree with the author even many times.
Well, there you see, it's hopeless.
Yeah. Well, he should just revert to agreeing with me, and then everything will be good again. You know?
Right, but then you see, the book is not dispensing around the truth.
That's true. You'd have to read my version of the book. It's like the same version of the book, but I've edited a couple sentences to go like, no,
Okay.
it isn't.
Which ones?
Oh, I don't know. I should have written them down.
You
Actually,
can
come to
make
think.
the flashy annotated version.
Yes, yes. But I probably won't.
You probably won't.
Probably won't. Probably won't. Too many things to do. I have to play with my little trains. Of course.
That's true.
Deliver.
Else the trains go unplayed with,
Yeah.
which would be a sort of tragedy.
That would be a crime, in my opinion.
Uh-huh.
It seems like the way you get the achievement is you have one station connected to all lines, which I don't know if you always had to do that. In which case I might have completely whiffed this challenge already, and now I'm mad.
I see. Is it an achievement for that specific map?
Yeah, it's basically just like the challenge mode, you know.
I see. And can you complete it without doing the achievements? Is the bonus extra challenge?
I don't so the little challenges that you can complete are the closest thing this game has to like goals or an end or anything like that. So I'm feeling like I want to go for those, but you might have to explicitly select it in a menu or something to make it happen. Or like you don't actually have to, but like it will warn you if you're wrong if you do that thing. So sounds pretty good to do that thing. You know, but it also gives you a Steam achievement, I think. What now?
It does seem to align with your aims to do the thing you need to do.
Yeah.
To achieve them.
Yep.
That's a sort of a general statement, I think.
True. This statement and more could be yours for the low, low price of reading a 1,000-page book.
The simple way to never be wrong about anything is to always speak in tautology.
That's true, or it isn't.
Well, I mean, arguably there are other states that are true or untrue when it comes to truth values.
No, I gotta disagree with you there. It's called the law of the excluded middle, and it's ironclad.
Oh, what? Excluded middle?
Yeah. I guess.
Who clad it in Ireland?
What?
Who clad it in Ireland?
I'm not picking up. I guess you're saying like who added something, but that's all I got.
Who clad it in iron?
Oh, who clad it in iron? I don't know. Maybe Aristotle or something. Something like that.
I mean, it was he had iron working.
Yeah, well, they had a lot of time on their hands back then. They didn't have nearly as many tiny trains, for example.
That is true. Well, I do wonder, does that mean that had he clad a different rule in iron, that would simply be the logic that we would have to work from?
I'm gonna go with nah. I'm gonna say no.
Because iron is clearly indestructible.
That's very true. That's the one thing about iron everybody knows. No one has ever destroyed anything made out of iron.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they call him Iron Man.
Yes.
Because he's
I mean,
invincible.
they couldn't imagine a less destructible thing than iron when they made that man.
Yeah.
So that's why they call him that.
Have you seen the animated sci-fi show called Cobra?
I don't think I have. What is Cobra?
It's you should ask Neo about it. He loves it. Actually, I don't know if it's a show. I think it's more like one movie.
Ah.
But there's it got translated to Sweden, and they made some interesting translation choices. So,
nice.
while most of the characters are like humans or human shaped, there's one guy who's kind of like Donald Duck. It's like a anthropomorphized duck. And so translating back into English directly, what they decided to call him in Swedish is the Duck the Spy.
Curious.
It's got the double definite form.
Yeah.
It's called.
It's also a very bold move to have your name be the Spy. I feel like that's gonna harm your potential. But you know, maybe he makes it work.
Yeah, I guess it was because it would. Maybe his name in English, I don't actually know. Maybe it was Duck the Spy, and then it sounds kind of weird in Swedish if you say Anka Spionen. So they did Ankan Spionen, and then it was the double. Whatever. The reason I brought it up was because the main villain, I think the thing is that he's like uploaded his consciousness to a body that is entirely made out of diamond.
Wow.
And so I think his name is supposed to be Diamond Man, I think. And the main protagonist, he's got like an arm that shoots super powerful laser, but it just goes straight through him because he's crystal.
Oh.
Damn.
Damn.
So I think he's supposed to be called like Diamond Man or Crystal Man. The Swedish translation calls him Glass Boy.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's like a little bit of a downgrade.
Yeah. It's my fearsome nemesis.
So it's like
Glass Boy.
If I remember correctly, it's like this super tall, sculptured abs guy made entirely out of diamonds. It's like 6 feet tall, like literally muscles harder than rock. And we call him Glass Boy.
Oh, Glass
And he's
Boy.
like a genius billionaire, sci-fi dystopian tyrant.
As are we all. As are we all.
I don't know, I don't feel like that most of the time.
Well, you're missing out. You could, with only, 6 easy payments of $9.99.
I just need to buy 3 bottles of pure unadulterated snake oil.
Well, I guess, I have not gotten the little, pip that would indicate to me that my brilliant, way of solving this train puzzle has worked out. So,
Wow.
and puzzle is
Well, you know what
a
they say
strong way
about
to
not
put it.
having pips.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we'll leave it at
I'm
that.
glad you know. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Certainly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Now I think I'm gonna lose Japan, but that's okay because I have to do it over again if I want to
Right,
get
but
that
how else are you gonna
challenge.
get your anime if you lose Japan?
Much like Commodore Matthew Perry, I will simply insist that they open it again.
So having it be closed.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm gonna say to him.
Huh.
So, actually, I just got the next like thing, so it might not be a lost cause.
Mm. Well, that is good, I suppose. It's a simple question,
Mm-hmm.
but is there anything important?
Oh, in general, yeah.
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 Okay, what is it?
Well, there are a bunch of things, unfortunately.
Like, yeah, you know how I feel about the amount of things.
Yeah. Sorry, I would, I'd love to tell you that there were fewer things, but,
Yeah, I'm not asking you to sugarcoat it. I just, I want to know what the things are.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Basically all of the really good things and all of the really bad things, avoiding all of the really bad things.
Right?
That's all the important things that there are.
How do I tell which ones are good and which ones are bad?
You might have to put in a lot of reps in the library. You might have to put a lot of reps into the Mind Palace so that you
Right?
can think about, you know, your reactions are going to be very helpful, I'm sure. Like, oh,
What do you mean?
I'm pondering. What do I think about this? What if this were to happen? Is that good or bad?
Right? And then deal it out. What if
Do it out?
I said feel it
Oh,
out?
yeah.
FEEL.
Certainly that
Like
could.
an eel, but with an F.
Yeah. Exactly like an eel, but with an F.
Right. So what if I come to some very controversial conclusions?
Well,
Like that there should be no things.
you can write a paper about it, I guess. That's the traditional approach. You can write a book about it as well.
Yeah, but like, let's say I do put in a bunch of reps in a Mind Palace.
Mm-hmm.
How do I know if I'm done?
It's tough. It's tough to know if you're done. That's one of those things you might have to figure out in the Mind Palace, which is obviously inconvenient.
Yeah.
Nice. Japan is not kill. I've survived another day in Japan.
Nice. Are you big in Tokyo?
Yeah.
Mm. Well, soon I'm gonna be indoor. At which point my audio will presumably improve.
Ah, nice. Are you walking home or something?
Yeah.
Nice. Where are you coming from? Where did you go? Etc. etc.
Oh.
Ooh, your audio has dramatically disimproved. So that's exciting.
Well, that's because I'm in a bunker.
Oh.
Let me exit the bunker.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Okay, there we go.
Nice.
Thank you. Now I should be inside but outside the bunker.
Okay, yeah. You sure
Is
are.
it better?
It seems to be a little
Nice.
better, yeah. I mean, I guess there's not a huge
It might get
difference.
better still. It might get better still if I switch over to my computer from my phone.
Hmm.
But yeah, I was gonna go ask them for glasses,
Mm-hmm.
but they wouldn't give me any.
What?
So I'm gonna just be blind for a bit.
That's a pretty bad situation you find yourself in.
I mean, as is often the case, I would describe it as somewhat suboptimal.
Yep. Yep. But, why didn't they? You know?
I forgot what we were talking about.
They wouldn't let you get glasses.
Oh, right. I don't know.
Hmm.
They had some kind of scheduling conflict where you have to tell them ahead of time that you want glasses.
Oh.
So
That's,
when I showed up, I was like, hey,
unfortunate.
I'd like some glasses. They were like, okay, when do you want them?
You were like, what? I'm asking for them.
Yeah.
And they were
But
like,
they
what?
wouldn't hand
Huh?
over the glasses.
Yeah.
They forced me to make an appointment if I wanted to get the glasses,
An appointment
which I think was very rude.
you can't refuse.
Yeah. So okay, what do you think about pain?
I'm
Yay or nay?
against it.
You're against it
Yeah.
or nay?
Hmm?
Why?
It's painful. I find it unpleasant to experience.
Right. Why don't you just change your mind?
It's a good question. It's a good question. Like, is the question, what if I weren't to experience pain as painful?
Yeah. I mean, I think pain can be pretty cool sometimes. Like, what
Perhaps
if
it
you eat like
can.
a spicy pepper and you're like,
Yeah.
damn, this is so sick.
I mean, you know, I might claim that's a different thing than pain when you're actually getting the intended spicy food effect.
Is it the intention which makes it non-pain?
No, it's just a different sensation. In my experience,
Hmm.
it's like, oh, this isn't really pain at all. It's what they call heat. You know.
Okay, but let's say that you're doing like more traditional pain and you get endorphins and you're like, this is kind of sick.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that happened, I might have a different opinion about it, but I'm always just like, ow, ooh, ow, ouchie, oof, ugh. So,
Yeah.
not a fan. Not a fan myself.
Have you ever been to like a sauna?
Yes.
Did you make it like really hot so like it stings on your skin?
I have done that. However,
What do you think?
I did not like it. In fact, it sort of came that way, and I was like, what the hell is this? What? Boo. Boo.
Boo, I say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I said. Boo.
It does seem
And then
like
I
you're
left
rather difficult
the sauna.
to persuade on this point.
Yeah. It's, you know. Other people enjoy the sauna. It's interesting because I really dislike being in cold water, and I like being in hot water.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter.
But not hot steam.
Yeah, I guess not, right? Which you'd think it would be a perfect match. Although the steam also is like, it's too steamy. Like, it makes me cough. It's crazy.
Yeah. Did you, when we were at the mansion, did you try out the steamer room?
Yeah, I did, and I had the same experience, and I was like, oh
It
god.
was crazy.
Oh man.
I was like, this is like a sauna, but without the good part.
Yeah? What's the good part that it was missing?
That it stings because it's so hot.
I see. This is like a sauna, but for normal people, is what you said. Being the
Maybe.
Joker.
But like, what's even the point if it doesn't hurt?
What's the frickin' point? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really know, honestly. Like, I guess you just are warm, which is not really that hard to get. So clearly people are getting something out of it that I am not getting out
Yeah,
of it.
you could get under the covers or something instead.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I kind of don't get it. But then again, I suppose there are at least some weirdos out there who do not get saunas. So.
Alright. Menu. Tokyo challenges.
Do you ever think about the fact that you're being like pushed around by the ground all the time?
I do sometimes think about that. You ever think about when you do a push-up, you're actually pushing the entire Earth away from you?
I usually don't think about that.
Well, you can feel very strong next time.
I don't do push-ups, they're lame.
Nice. You're too strong for them.
Yeah. Yeah, in the sense that my body weighs a lot.
Ah, so you're too weak for them. The part of your body that resists the push-up is stronger than the part of your body that impels the push-up.
You could phrase it that way.
Oh, your audio
if you
quality has dramatically changed for the better. That's nice.
That's because I changed to my computer headset.
Ah. Well, there you go.
It's kind of a genius move.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody about my secret technique.
Technology. technology.
No, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you could frame it as a weakness, I think.
Hmm.
I think of it more as like I'm holding the earth in place so hard that I can't escape from it.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense to me. I think of
No,
it as a different sort of spec, you know, like your character is spec'd differently. So you're not as good at push-ups. But if there were a famine, say, you'd probably do better.
Or like a button that you have to stand on, where
Yeah.
if you're not heavy enough, it doesn't work.
Like a big video game style button panel that you have to stand on.
Yeah, it could be a thing.
I was reading a philosophy book lately.
My
By lately,
condolences.
I mean like last year. And the idea that there's something that you have to stand on, like a button like this, possibly relevant for some sort of mining thing, is really important in the book, because he was like, what if a bunch of people stood on these? How would we assign the like blame for this action, you know?
Yeah, blame is just made up.
Yeah, and he was asking the best way to make it up, maybe you could say.
Well, the way I think about it is that you just take every person and then you give them unlimited, infinite responsibility.
Nice. With you so far.
From there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you're with me so far. That means you're with me to the end, because that's where the reasoning ends.
What do you do with this infinite responsibility?
You try to live up to it.
Oh, okay. What if you had 0 responsibility?
Then you would have a lot less.
Okay.
Than infinite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Now that you put it like that.
One might even construe it as a sort of a poverty.
A poverty of responsibility. Yes. You know, I feel like people whom our friends like tend to say things like, you know, people nowadays want an infinite amount of entitlements and 0 responsibility. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool as hell. I'll take one of those, please.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. I do want that. So, thanks. That's what I say.
Yeah, I don't think it's on offer, though. That's like the main thing.
Well, apparently we were doing pretty well at that until they started complaining about it. So, you know.
Were we?
I don't know. They seem to be complaining that we were acting like that. So, QED, I intuit it was possible the whole time. You know, for some definition of possible.
Well, yeah, because of the discussion we had before.
That, and perhaps other reasons.
Right. Well, there are states that are possible only in a transitory sense.
What is transitory?
Transitory. Well, it's a transient.
Oh, transitory. Okay, yeah.
I don't know if that's a word, but
yeah.
Don't look it up. just to be safe.
No, it's real. It's like
Good.
transitory inflation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
People were talking about that for a while.
Mm-hmm. And now we're talking about the hip new thing in economics. Have you heard?
What is it?
Called Fartcoin.
Oh yeah. I've seen a little bit about that. I
As
don't really know anything about it, to be honest.
this is truly the highest possible common denominator.
What does that mean?
Well, like, the lowest common denominator, but in reverse. To the
Yeah.
maximum
Yeah.
degree.
Okay. True. They're going from lowest common denominator to highest common or lowest. They're going from least common denominator to lowest common multiple, which is higher. There we go.
Okay, now you lost me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm mainly just saying that because whenever somebody says least common, lowest common denominator, my dad is like, they actually mean least common multiple, but as the math metaphor. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I think actually both of them basically work as a metaphor. But
yeah, my thing, I just don't do math, and then that's my solution.
Yeah.
I leave the math for the nerds.
So true. So true. You don't need math. Math just exists to keep you down.
It's just made up anyway.
Yeah. That's right. Math isn't real. We're taking that bold take to the bank.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I think everything's real. I changed my mind.
Oh, okay. We're so back. We're so back. Things are real again.
Yeah.
We are now
I think
realists.
I think people who believe that things aren't real are just hiding their heads in the sand.
Can you think
Obviously it's real.
of anything that isn't real?
No.
All right. We're good then.
I mean, if it wasn't real, why would we even be talking about it?
Maybe we were just mistaken, something like that.
When you're thinking about something, that's a reference, and
Okay.
if you're thinking about something unreal, then you're pointing towards a thing that doesn't exist.
With you so far.
That's not a direction that is
I see.
computable.
And then if you dereference the null pointer, you'll instantly die. I think is where we're getting with this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This reminds me of one of the posts I made in the chat, which I just happened to unearth long ago. Oh, hold on. I've got to pick my trains. Yeah, that interchange will come in handy later, I'm sure. Anyway, I was basically like critiquing one of the types of ontological argument. The one that's like, surely if you imagine a being that has existence, it's greater than one that doesn't, ergo the greatest being must have existence. And stuff like that.
Like that nerd.
Yeah, that guy,
The guy who thought so hard that everything broke.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, he had a slightly different argument, but anyway, like most people, I find the argument I just told you about very unconvincing. And in this case, I summed it up as like, if you actually state the argument in plain language, it's like, how could you describe something without it being real? And the answer is like, you just can do that. It's not even difficult to understand.
Right. Well, that's where you're wrong.
Yeah, as we're discovering now. Actually.
Well, everything's real. It's just different from what you think.
Ooh. You just have to enumerate like all the types of existence. Like there's existing.
I tried that once. It was too difficult.
Really? Oh, well.
Yeah. But if you know them, I would
So
love to hear.
Well, I don't know about all of them, but I was just going to give like there's existence as a concrete object, there's existence as an abstract object, and then there's non-existence. One of the best types of existence. You know?
Yeah. It's something I strive for every day.
Yeah. The Zen masters ain't got nothing on me, man. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're so right. That station doesn't connect to all the lines. It's crazy.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah. Thanks for the warning, bro. It's crazy how, like, in the first round of playing this game, the random smattering of stations was perfect for that challenge that I didn't end up doing. And now it's like, it's just a bunch of garbage, basically, is what's happening here. But I need to complete the challenge now. It's only 200 more passengers. It's fine. It's fine. Neophos voice. It's fine. It's fine.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
One might like to think that, yeah.
He do be saying that.
Yeah. You really do be saying that.
Yeah. Alright. Oh. Free locomotive. Don't mind if I do. I need to change my entire train game.
So what do you think of the question, does Santa wear red?
Is the like trouble supposed to be that Santa like isn't real?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, this is kind of one of those things like I just described, where it's like you can just obviously talk about something that it doesn't exist for real. And it's not even that confusing to anybody but certain philosophers.
But what's the truth value of the claim that Santa wears red?
Yeah. So everybody gives like a slightly different account of this, which is fine, I think. It's not, you know, but I think the one that makes most sense is that Santa wears red. The truth value is yes, but you just have to interpret it to mean like, is the fictional character of Santa depicted as wearing red?
Fair enough. And here's my question: why can't we just do that with everything?
I don't understand the question. Does that help?
It's not entirely unexpected, but so let's say I claim that unicorns are real, and you're like, no, they're not. I'm like, well, they are if you just interpret the statement correctly.
Yes. Yeah. I think, you know, it's just that, like, when you say unicorns are real without a context that makes it clear what you're going for, then it's just like the normal way to interpret it is just like, oh, he's talking about a real thing that really exists, and not, if you said unicorns have one horn, I'm like, oh, he's talking about, the concept of a unicorn as it exists in fiction.
Right. But isn't that your fault for not understanding what I mean?
Maybe it's your fault for not telling me things clearly. You ever think about that?
Well, here's the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
What if it's both of our fault? Because
True.
I'm not expressing the right thing, and you're not. You're correctly interpreting me, who is expressing myself wrong, and thus you are hearing wrong.
Yeah. If you think about it, you did say that we all have an infinite amount of responsibility, so I think we're both doomed. Much like Japan, which I purposefully let die. So
I am very internally consistent.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what really bothers me?
What?
Responsibility, etymologically, has nothing to do with responsibility.
That's weird. That can't be right. Is that right?
Somebody told me that, and it made me very upset.
Responsibility. Etym online. From responsible plus ity. Okay, we're back to responsible. Responsible. Responder. No, yeah. Yeah, it's from the Latin response, past participle stem of respondere, respond, answer to, promise in return. From re, back, and spondere, to pledge, such as in sponsor.
But are we not missing the ability?
No, I feel like the Middle French has the able in there. Let me chase down a different graph.
I hope you're right, because it's much better, I think, if responsibility is derived from responsibility.
Yeah, Wiktionary is telling me this able suffix is, it means the same thing in French as it does in English. So now, I guess you could make the case that, like, ability is distinct from able-ity, but I don't even think that's true.
Yeah.
You can use ability as a suffix. And it's fine.
Danceability.
True. Alright, well, I think I should, like, go have lunch or something. Or at least stop playing this game for now.
That's generally a good thing to do, have lunch.
I will remember I'm on Chicago. Actually, I will simply start playing Chicago. Oh, no, God, no. No, I will immediately quit. And then I will go to the special little achievements. And I will actually toggle the correct one on. Nice. Okay. And now I will exit to desktop.